Good morning. It is Thursday, July 10th, 2025. Tanner, Drew, and Lauren, we are live. Oh, this is crazy. We're always curious on who's dating Tom Brady, who's Tom Brady hooking up with, who's Giselle hooking up with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't Giselle with somebody?
I thought,
she just had a kid, didn't she?
wow.
With her jujitsu instructor.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm pretty sure, right? Or am I making that up?
I feel like that's right. I'm kind of
Okay.
glad I don't know the exact detail of that, but the karate guy, he gets into some amazing
He's
places.
got a pretty good poomsae.
Yeah.
Um,
Don't
so-
mess with a ninja.
So Tom Brady apparently has been spotted getting pretty close with Sofia Vergara of Modern Family.
Okay.
I guess they were spotted on getting pretty close on a star-studded yacht trip. Apparently, at one point, he actually switched seats with somebody so he could sit next to her during dinner.
Wow. You know what? And I got to be honest with you. I'm supportive of this relationship. I'm glad to see him dating somebody closer to his age.
And she's
You know,
smoking.
She is hot.
She's smoking. She was like really
She
funny.
might be older than him.
She is older than him. She's got to be because, he's 47 and she's 53.
Wow.
So, and which isn't that big a deal in the grand scheme of life, but in his scenario, how often do you see a bachelor hit up someone 6 years older? Now, she is
Right.
gorgeous and has been for decades.
But I mean, when there were rumors that like him and Sydney Sweeney were getting close, and then
She's
you have
hot too, man.
the Leo Decay, yeah, but she's like 25. You know what I mean? So I feel like we almost come to expect that. Okay, you're a 45-year-old dude. You're obviously gonna go for the 23-year-old or whatever. But it's nice to see that he's going for the older woman here.
Yeah, I mean, she is a 10.
Yeah,
so I mean,
for
I do understand it. I think even the young bucks would go for her.
Yeah, and he's, aging out of this go to the club party mode. He's going to the next.
Yeah,
the
he's
into
he's
yacht mode.
He's in yacht rock mode right now.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
mean, tell that to Leo.
Leo can't get a grip on some stuff, though. I mean, Leo,
Yeah.
you think about it, Leo doesn't have any kids, if I'm correct.
That's true,
You can never hold that guy down.
Mm-hmm.
He's a player.
Well, there it is. Sofia Vergara and Tom Brady. Maybe we'll see some little
Viral
some
yacht
babies
moment.
maybe someday in the future. Who knows? Maybe I'm putting the cart before the horse, but
Hey, he switched seats.
yeah.
That's true.
Also, who cares who these people are dating?
That's why I was glad I didn't know
I
Giselle.
do. We
Karate
do.
kid.
This is important information.
Tom Brady's one of those things. It's weird. It's like LeBron or Michael Jordan. People hear it and they're like, well, just give me the info real quick.
Yeah, I'll take it real quick and then I'll move on. All right, listen, we do have another pair of tickets to go see comedian Jeremy Piven here at 7:30 this morning. But first,
Let's get it on. And now, the big story.
it's time to go around the room and share what we think the biggest stories of the day are. I'll just kick this off today. Looks like on Wednesday, Earth experienced the shortest day on record just yesterday. It's about 1.3 to 1.6 milliseconds shorter than the standard 24 hours. And that's due to a slight acceleration in its rotation influenced by the moon's position.
Whoa.
Now, scientists note that this is part of an ongoing trend since 2020, with notably shorter days also predicted on July 22nd and August 5th. The International Earth Rotation and Reference System Service anticipates issuing negative leap second by 2029 to correct these irregularities. So they're saying it like we're not going to notice it, but this is going to be a big deal for the atomic clocks. So they'll be adjusting everything.
And I guess it's kind of why we have leap years in the first place, is to just get everything back on track, right?
Yeah, because it's always slightly off of our calculation.
It's crazy though. The days are getting a little shorter though.
Yeah, I don't-
over
I don't like-
time, what's that going to be in like 200 years?
Or,
So we're just
It's gonna
going to
be
have
like a 22-hour day.
5-minute days. It's going to go by in the blink of an eye.
man, you get off work so quick.
Yeah.
The big story to me is the fire amnesty program is a success. Now, if you want to know what that is, that's the return your fireworks before the 4th of July so you're not tempted to fire them off. Like,
Yeah.
you know how you and I have a bucket of old ones that, one year you hope to send into the sky.
Yeah.
Well, thousands of dollars worth of those fireworks were dropped off. No questions asked. That's what's kind of funny. It's like, what are you going to have a sting operation and you're not
Yeah.
dropping drugs off their
That'd be
fireworks?
messed up.
2 oversized trash cans were filled with those fireworks, and it's the 15th year that Happy Valley has put on the Return Your Fireworks Amnesty Program.
Okay, 2 oversized trash cans.
It
How
seems
big
pretty
you think
weak.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars. It's because fireworks are expensive.
Yeah, I'm not going
You
to
didn't get much.
Ridgefield and dropping $300 on fireworks just to return them to some weirdo.
Yeah, and then
I
what do
bet
they
someone- you
what
know
do
what
they
they did
do
with
with
them?
all those?
They had a
just
huge
shot 'em off.
fireworks
Yeah.
show.
Yeah, dude, if I'm working there, I'm taking some for my kids. Are you kidding?
Yeah, Happy Valley's like, we're saving so much money on our fireworks show this year.
People just drop them off.
It's awesome. Speaking of fire, the Fire Festival, we all remember this old shindig. Billy McFarland, the infamous scammer, was in charge of this. And for a while, he was planning on doing it again this year. Thankfully, that fell through. And now the Fire Festival brand is on sale. He actually put it up for auction on eBay.
Give it up, dude.
With bids starting at $0.01. That was Tuesday, I believe, maybe Monday. And it now has 99 bids as of yesterday, but the price is only up to about $200,000. So I'm pretty sure he was hoping to get more than that for his beloved Fire Festival.
Nobody wants your crappy brand.
But if you're interested, the auction doesn't end until Monday, so go put in a bid.
Oh,
All
my
right.
God.
There it is. All right, this hour's keyword for your shot at $1,000 in cash from the Cash Squatch is cash. Very simple. 1059thebrew.com is the website. Enter the keyword cash right now to win $1,000.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Yeah. You can also shoot us a text message on our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line at 98197. Just got this text this morning from Dan. It says, Tanner, this question is for you. I remember most of the broadcasts. Why would you broadcast that Laura is single? Years ago, he said, I don't like my personal info on the air. That's what she said. Has that changed? Because there's many people who would love to date her. I'm asking because I always stay with the same story. She does have a shoe fetish, though. I'm not sure what all that means, but yeah. So I don't think I'm the one who outed Laura.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just open conversation that she doesn't have a boyfriend.
Yeah. Well, and I also don't remember ever saying I don't want my personal info blasted on the air. Like, yeah, within reason.
Certain items.
I'd be like, I don't want my social security number going out over the area,
Yeah.
but like, I don't.
Most stuff you just not. You're not.
Yeah,
worried
like
about.
the fact that I'm single. I mean, that's just kind of.
It's pretty light.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
I mean, yeah, it's sad,
Still out there.
but that's the truth.
It's sad, but not dangerous.
And I've been really open about the fact that I don't like dating listeners is off the table.
Right. Yeah.
So
I get
that's.
that.
I mean, but that's the only thing that.
So if you
I've
think
said.
about it, with that rule, the better the show does, the less chance
She
you
has
have
a chance
of
to,
love.
yeah, right. Because
So-
there's times where Laura's gone out on dates and she didn't know that the person knew who she was. But then like the guy shows up and he's like, I know who you are.
Yeah,
and it
it's
kinda
just
ruins
like,
it.
and it's like a little creepy.
So I guess if you do know who if you swipe, if you, I guess, match with Laura on a dating app, just pretend you don't know who she is.
Yeah, because when you open with, "Hey, I listen to the Brew all the time," that's a left.
That's a
flag.
tough
You're
one.
not- yeah.
But what about this? What if you went out on a date and they didn't know who you were until you told them, and then they were like, "Oh, I like that show." That's not a problem, is it? If they like your show, they're out.
I don't know why you have such a
No.
problem with our listeners, Laura.
I don't understand.
It's not
that
about. It's
part.
not about the listeners. You guys know.
I
it's
know,
not
but
about the listeners.
are they two different things? Like someone who knows you and poaches it that way, and somebody who just happens to have heard of you.
Yeah, I mean, if I go on a date with somebody and they're like, "Oh, I've heard that show before," then I guess I'm already in it, and it depends on how the date goes. And if they turn it around and start asking me 21 questions about my job and what's it like, and
Beefwater really like that.
Yeah.
I try to
Yes.
avoid the conversation at all costs because as soon as I mention it, I feel like it goes south. You know, because
Or it just becomes the main topic that we'd have to talk
like
about.
I ended up dating this girl for a little bit, and she found out who what I did, and then we just kind of fell apart after that. I feel like she saw the show and she didn't like it.
Oh,
That's
really?
what I feel. Yeah.
Then she wasn't meant for
Well,
you.
then-
Yeah.
that
She's
is
like, I like the guy,
always-
but what he does, nah.
not so
Like, well,
much.
you gotta like
That's
both
fine.
sides.
Yeah.
So anyway, well, I'm not the one who outed Laura, but someone did send a text and that said you guys should do a dating game for Laura.
Oh, that's off the
I
table,
don't think
according to
that's
what she just said.
yeah. No.
Unless you're
Like
feeling
every-
frisky. I mean,
no,
what is
every
pathetic enough for a dating game?
Every contestant would be off. The
No,
table.
how about we just find somebody who's never listened to the show? I think we can.
How are we going to do that?
I'm sure we can figure it out.
I'm not sure yet, but we're gonna get there.
Yeah,
we
we'll find
can't.
somebody-
We can't solicit.
We can
for,
talk people into pretending
contestants.
they have never heard the show.
Yeah.
And we'll talk to people like, hey, do you have a single friend and who doesn't know who the show, listen to the show or anything like that?
To be honest with you, I really don't have any interest in dating right now. I'm over it.
Yeah.
I'm
All right, that's
I'm good with my cat.
So actually, someone saw Laura the other day and thought that she was a lesbian.
dude, it happens all the time.
Really?
People are like, "Oh yeah, I thought you were into chicks." And I was like,
I've never
"No,
thought that.
I am the only straight woman in Portland. I'm convinced of it. So I think maybe that's part of it.
That's amazing.
She gets hit on a lot by chicks, I think.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know.
Well, like I remember, like Laura.
Just like jail, you
she-
deal with what you're handed.
She was
Right,
telling
yeah.
the story earlier this week, and she was like talking to this girl at the bar, and she goes, "Wait, you're not a lesbian?"
She goes, "You're straight?" I think I mentioned like my ex or something, and she's like, "You're straight?" And I was like, "Yeah."
To be blown away is another
Yeah,
level.
yeah.
too.
Do I be offended or by this?
Well, and
or-
then I'm like, that's like it's not that there's anything wrong with
No,
being,
of course not. But like,
anything other than
you-
that.
Do
but
I
it's
look
like,
a certain way?
Yeah, I'm like, am I just giving off certain vibes? Like, I don't know. I don't know what it is.
It might be because you're kind of stoic towards dudes.
Maybe, and I am kind of like a guy's girl. I feel like I can hang with the boys pretty well, and I don't know if that.
And you're
I don't
also
know.
you're also deep in Portland, where you have a lot of different kinds of people. So you know you're not out in the burbs where everybody's a mom.
That's true.
This was Laura's favorite song in high school, though.
Oh, this is a great song. What are you talking about?
Oh, the thing she said, running through my head,
Running through my head, running through my head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, who knows what's going on with Laura?
I don't know.
She's a mystery.
You'll never know.
We'll never figure it out.
It's
Never
the way
get to
I
the
like
bottom of
it. Yeah.
But they're blown away in the bars.
Yeah.
What, you're not? A lesbo?
And didn't they like go around and ask people in the bar, and they're
Well,
like,
then
"Oh, I thought so too."
The girl I was talking to, she asked the bartender. She's like, "Don't you see it?" She's like, "Yeah, totally." And I was like, "What? What are you talking about?"
Come
You get the
on.
whole- someone
Give
comes
me a
in from the
break.
street. I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, hold on, let me go pull some people from off the
Wait,
street.
who are you?
What do you think of this chick?
Where'd you come from?
100%.
Which it's fine. Maybe that's a sign. Maybe I
Yeah,
should
maybe.
just start
Exactly.
swinging for the other team.
Yeah,
I
open
don't
your
know.
eyes to whatever.
Yeah.
I mean,
Jenna goes, "Yeah, creep."
Yeah.
And also,
and when
okay,
you out, I'm a creep.
can we go back to that text for a minute
Yeah.
about the guy who said I have a shoe fetish? No, I don't.
Take the shoes off.
She deals with people who have shoe fetishes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely deal with shoe people.
Yeah, for sure. But that's just like a lot of
It's- well,
misinformation in that text.
But it is
message.
your community, so I mean,
Yeah,
I see where the
exactly.
confusion comes from.
You might be the shoe czar at the top.
We have a talkback coming in through our iHeartRadio app.
Up to the, well, first off, morning brew crew. So let's follow up on that last guy's text to Tanner and continue this on with Laura. So Laura, I understand you don't date listeners. Now, how would it go if you started dating someone that wasn't a listener, and then because they're in a relationship with you, they decide to start listening?
That's different.
Then what?
That's different.
Well, I mean, you almost.
That's like being
That just
supportive.
comes with the territory.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I don't expect my partner to listen to
do
the
not
show
turn on the
all
radio between
time.
6 and 10 a.m.s.
I mean,
It's like my.
I'm like, don't go through Donkey Show archives for sure. But
It's like my wife turns it on when she has the chance, but she's not gonna like go and grind through the show and like come and then demand details about what I talked
listening
about.
4 hours every day.
That would be exhausting.
Mm-hmm.
You can be supportive, but also let it breathe.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to be there all the time.
Well, there you go. You could shoot us a talk back anytime through our iHeartRadio app or a text message at 98197. We do have your chance at Jeremy Piven tickets coming up in about an hour. We're going to find out what's in sports next. What do you have?
Oh, you caught me off guard. I don't even have it up, but it's going to be magical.
Okay.
The Suns Booker gets the biggest extension in the history of the NBA.
All right.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Look at that.
Okay.
It is going to be a riveting sports report,
Yeah.
and I, for one, can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, there are other great things in there, including some pretty wild news about a local legend here in the Northwest.
All right, hang on.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
1, 2, 3.
And now, Brew Sports. Here's Drew.
Well, this, this is kind of crazy news. Mixed martial artist legend Randy Couture was airlifted to a burn center yesterday in Kansas with injuries stemming from a single car crash at a pro stock racetrack. Now, his true condition isn't really known, but first and second degree burns, trauma injuries, and smoke inhalation have led to him having to go there. Now, if you don't know, Randy Couture is not only a mixed martial arts legend and a multiple-time champion, he's also a Washington native. He's from Everett, Washington, and has long been, helps kind of pump up that Northwest tough guy attitude.
We had him on the show years ago, and he was really cool. He actually brought in his championship belt and let us hold it and everything.
He's the champ, too. It's not like a replica or anything. So, to hold the one they were battling for was pretty cool. And
I remember being heavy.
Yeah, very heavy. And I was feeling like a real weakling holding it.
Yeah, I was thinking, this belt is not practical.
Yeah, exactly. Not my size at all. But wishing Randy the best, hoping that he gets better real soon. And the NBA has got you shaking your head if you're out there working hard for your money. Well, a tip of the cap to you. Maybe you should teach your kid how to play basketball. With the new television contracts, guys, it's getting out of control. Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns, who are basically tanking for the next couple of seasons, just got a contract extension of 2 years and $145 million for 2 years. So $72.5 million a year. I mean, you break it down, he's almost making $1 million a game, and they're not even trying to win games. So if you're too old to hoop, maybe find someone who can be their manager. There's your sports.
Thank you very much. All right, you've got until 7 o'clock this morning to get this hour's keyword in and score $1,000 from the Cash Squatch, just like Barb.
You're kidding me. Oh, my God.
That is awesome.
Wow, I can't believe it. Thank you.
It's always weird, though, when you're with your friends. You can hear a friend in the background and oh, you want 1,000, so you're going to split that with me? Or what?
No.
Fat chance.
You should have texted the number yourself.
The other day, I heard somebody win at work, and she goes, we all try here at the office, so the question is, do you share it with them?
I mean,
if it
were $1 million,
that's different.
$1,000,
maybe buy lunch for the office or something.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's
fair.
6 foot sub.
Yeah. All right, this hour's keyword. If you want to win the cash, real quick now.
I do.
Real quick, Lack.
The keyword is cash. Very simple. 1059thebrew.com is the website. Enter the keyword cash to win $1,000.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break, or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Now, what's trending?
Well, there's something out there for everybody. And it looks like Mattel, the toy company, has just introduced a new Barbie with type 1 diabetes.
Wow.
Okay.
You know, representation is important.
I agree.
Diabetes.
Here is the British model Leela Moss on the first Barbie with type 1 diabetes.
I think to have a Barbie doll that looks like me with type 1 diabetes is completely surreal, and it makes me very proud to be able to represent this community. I get so many messages every day about how I've helped someone be less insecure or help them be more proud of their diabetes patches, and so to be able to represent the community in this way is very exciting and special. The accessories the Barbie has is a blood glucose monitor and an insulin pump, and they're very important because they keep me alive, and they make living life with type 1 diabetes much smoother and more practical.
All right.
You know, I was just with my buddy who's type 1 diabetic just the other day, and he has that thing on his arm.
Mm-hmm.
And when we were growing up, and he would have to they used to have to stab themselves in the stomach.
Yeah.
It was, as a kid who didn't know that was coming, we were a little alarmed. So I think anything you can do to like, just be like, okay, it's normalized, you know?
So my mom's got diabetes, and she's got to wear a patch, and so it just like reads her all day.
Yeah.
So she gets like an alert every hour or whatever, and they got to come in sometimes and give her some
Give
insulin.
her a shot.
Yeah.
But that's great. I think that's great. Now, this Barbie joins a long line of diverse Barbies that have various disabilities, skin tones, and styles to foster inclusion.
Mm-hmm.
So there it is.
Good.
Yeah.
Get
Are there obese Barbies?
No, of course not. There are.
Well, don't
there
you-
are,
We're slowly getting there, Tanner.
No,
Let's
there
not-
are.
There should be.
I-
It's America, for God's
No,
sake.
That is funny if there isn't one. Like,
No,
we're going to the ends of the earth to find the next Barbie, and we haven't put hips on one.
There is there is not an obese Barbie, I would say, but they are making Barbies in different sizes now.
Okay.
Oh, so there's like
the
thick
answer
30
to your
Barbie?
question is yes.
Yeah.
There's like plus sized Barbie.
As you
I believe.
should.
Yeah, all right. That could be
Yeah.
like a Lizzo Barbie.
It's probably a good idea to
Yeah.
pack a couple pounds on at least an
Yeah,
option.
Well,
because that's
I mean,
that's-
let's be honest,
That's
Barbie.
real.
That's not a realistic.
Well, and that's why even in some of these magazines, they'll start putting normal women in the magazines, not like models who have size
it's
0.
like super photoshopped.
Yeah, they're just gonna
and
have
I
somebody who's
appreciate it.
normal.
I'm like, because as silly as it might seem, it is nice to like look at a photo of someone and be like, oh, that person looks like me,
Yeah.
So it's nice
They're
to
like, this is the most diverse Barbie in the history of time. Well, you ever think about a little arm fat on it? Don't be ridiculous.
absolutely not. We draw the line at arm fat.
All right, coming up in about 30 minutes, we have another pair of tickets to go see comedian and actor Jeremy Piven when he takes over the Roseland to do a little stand-up. In the meantime, though, we do have your shot at $1,000 right now.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake.
Man, it is a real good thing I don't have anything in my house late at night because last night I would have torn into it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
Day 4 is treating you poorly, huh?
Well, last night was rough. I didn't break my diet or anything because, Casey and I are involved in a weight loss challenge for the next 6 weeks. Yesterday was day 3.
Of the blubber burn.
And, we're going to see who can lose the most in body fat percentage. And we're getting help from Shirley from G3 in Beaverton, which is great. She's absolutely fantastic. Wrote out a plan for us, a grocery list for me. I mean, she's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
And so
where last night did you?
Oh yeah, so last night I was just craving anything. Just carbs.
That's how you know. That's how you know you're in it. When you're like, I don't even care what it is. Just give me some bread.
Yeah. I didn't have any snacks last night. I did have some just unsalted almonds.
Yeah.
And that's very boring. I mean, they taste good. They're just very boring.
Yeah.
I do have a hard time with the unsalted ones because you feel like you're kind of just eating earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a big mouthful of earth.
But it's just so brutal just cutting out your normal, the foods that you love and the things that, because I'm like beef water. I get a little perk of happiness when I get the food that I like.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I'm not getting that right now.
It
And
releases endorphins.
It's definitely a bump that comes with a tasty snack or a delicious burger.
But if you guys care, I stepped on the scale this morning and I'm down to 205. But yesterday I was 207.
You're just dropping pounds like crazy.
It's a lot of water weight too because I'm not drinking any, obviously, like liquid sugar.
Yeah, that's the first thing to go.
And the fact that you both are kind of getting rid of that at the same time, I think it's going to really add some numbers on that bad boy.
But we asked the question yesterday on Instagram, whose dinner looks better, my dinner or Beefwater's dinner? Mm-hmm. And I knew this was going to happen when I posted the picture because my dinner looks like a baby diaper.
Yeah.
Right. And Beefwater had steaks on the grill. So I asked whose dinners looked better. And, it seems overwhelming that it's Beefwater's.
I would guess, even though I would eat that stuff at your house, it just looks like slop and he's got fresh beef on a grill.
There were some people
it's not a fair picture.
There were some people who liked mine and thought they would choose that. But it was probably like 10% out of the people.
Yeah.
So most people thought it looked much better. You can go see our dinners, the stuff that we're eating to just stay healthy and just lose a little bit of weight. Follow us on Instagram at 1059 The Brew.
Nice.
I think I may have. I think I would have voted for yours, Tanner. I don't know because just like meat on a grill, I'm like, meh.
You need something else with it.
Yeah, but I thought like yours looks like chili.
It was, turkey chili.
Turkey chili, and it had a little color mixed in, so it looked kind of interesting.
Yeah, there's some spices in there, and it's really spicy, which I love.
That's nice.
I get it from Fit Foods. They're pretty good.
Nice.
They're just prepackaged meals that are just protein heavy.
Which is good on the go, because it can be daunting to make a fresh meal every time, So,
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, not everybody can throw, 5 chicken breasts and 2 sirloins on the steak every night,
But if I had anything in my house yesterday, a sleeve of Fig Newtons.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Starburst, some jalapeno chips. I would have tore through them last night, so it's good they're not in my house.
It's like there's a different person at a certain hour, when you're just like, I need something.
The next weigh-in for me and Beefwater to see our progress is Wednesday, weigh-in Wednesday, and we'll find out who's, in the lead, I guess.
Yeah, I'm excited for you guys. I think you're both going to see pretty good numbers, at least on this first one from the No Soda.
98197 is our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. I found this article on the internet yesterday, and it's this new study that says, and it's out of Ohio State University. It says 9% of workers in their 30s are using alcohol or drugs on the job.
Whoa.
Yeah, the
You
study...
said in their 30s?
In the 30s, yeah. The study's lead author says that it's mainly true in blue-collar or heavy mechanical jobs because those workers, quote, often have limited access to support to address substance abuse.
Okay.
Well, that's depressing.
Drinking at work is a tough deal because it's so obvious. Depends on the drug. If they're considering, taking too much of your Adderall or having, like maybe you got a Vicodin prescription, but you take 1 or 2 so you can get through the thing. I feel like those things go under the radar. Whereas if you're hammered or you smell like vodka, you're likely going to lose your job.
Yeah, especially when you're working in, like you said, like a mechanical position where it's like you shouldn't be operating machinery under the influence of alcohol.
Specifically, the study
Yeah.
found the jobs with the highest risk of having workers drinking or drugging on the job. They said drugging on the job.
You've been drugging?
Drugging.
Have you been drugging this morning?
They say
I'm
it's
drugging.
It's the food preparation service industry and in safety-sensitive occupations, including construction.
I've never seen people on more drugs than the cook, like in the back of a bar. Not every cook,
Absolutely.
but they are. So, I mean,
I hear cocaine's like a real problem with the food industry.
oh yeah, Amy's opened the door to like a guy passed out smoking pills in the ladies' room in a chef's outfit, and you're like,
Nice.
I guess I'll make the omelet.
So I want to know, are there any listeners out there who drink or maybe just, smoke a little weed or you take a pill or whatever on the job?
Yeah.
Shoot us a talkback through our through our iHeartRadio app. Download it for your cell phone, or you can shoot us a talkback through our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line at 98197. Have you, do you drink on the job? I remember I was on this radio station in Seattle, and every single day I got a talkback message from this guy saying, "Hey man, it's my lunch break, cracking some beers in the car. I'm drinking and driving." Every single day. It'd just be like a beer at lunch though, and then like a beer 2 hours later.
So he's just working into his evening, slowly
Throughout the whole day.
And well, that's a guy who's got it. He's gonna shake if he stops.
So yeah, what are you doing on the job? I remember one time our ratings came out in Eugene when we were doing the Donkey Show in Eugene, and we were super stoked because they were the best they'd ever been. And we had like a party, and we got a little drunk.
The boss brought in a handle,
and I remember that when we turned the microphones on, I thought to myself, I am hammered right now, and I shouldn't be. And I remember the boss came in because he saw us we had beers in the studio, and it was fine when we were in the like conference room. But he came in there and he goes, "Hey guys, we got to take these beers out of here." Like he was kind of being cool about it, but he also knew.
Yeah, it's like
you're not going to be drinking
this
and broadcasting.
Can't happen. Yeah.
I remember you and I came back from the club one time, like 20 years ago, pretty buzzed up, and we went on the air. I don't know if you remember this.
I do.
And I think my girlfriend at the time called me or something, was like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
And we're like, "Well, we're having a good time." And it was like, "Get off the air."
We were. It was like 1 a.m, 2 a.m, or something, and
And you just decided you were just going to do a quick air shift real fast.
It was
or-
2. It had to be 2.
It had to be 2 because we got off
At 2.
when the club closed. So we get back to the station. We're hammered.
Just going to do like a little overnight shift real
and
fast.
we just turned the mics on and start talking, and it was we got away with it. We didn't say anything bad, but we were drugged.
We didn't get fired for that.
This is something else. Yeah. You didn't get fired for what you probably should have gotten fired for.
The good old days.
Well, because if I remember correctly, it was right after a fight.
Was it that night?
It was that night, yeah.
Oh, that's even
I had just
worse.
gotten into a fight.
Oh,
That was
you
even
got
worse.
into a fight.
Yeah. Well, we all were involved.
There was
in
a
it.
ruckus. We were all there.
I was, so hammered, and I was lippy.
Oh, shocking.
When you're forced to be at the club until it closes every Friday and Saturday, fights are going to pop.
This text comes from 0290. It says the longshoremen are famous for drinking their lunches double vodkas.
Whoa. Okay.
Some jobs are so hard that I'm not going to sit and judge you. Like if you're not putting people in danger, and you're not like,
Listen to this, though. 5858 says, in my 20s, I used meth regularly at work, and I've been off that crap for about 20 years now.
He's like, nobody knew. Everybody knew.
Everyone knew, dude. That's great, though. I mean, because that's a hard one to come back from.
Yeah,
right?
most people have a hard time coming back.
0262 says, lunch beers are goated. So he loves himself some lunch beers.
Yeah.
Just
What is
maybe
goated?
Like, it's just he loves them. They're the greatest of all time.
Okay. Okay.
Fat Thor says, fat beer, that's true.
Oh, yeah.
Fat Thor says, is this segment because I bring booze into the station and force you guys to drink it? Well, you do have a problem, Fat Thor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be 7 in the morning and he'll be at one of our, not even baking a beer. And,
He'll be in our parking
drunk.
lot drinking a White Claw. Then he brings in Bloody Marys. We're like, what's going on here?
Yeah, he's the guy.
Yeah.
So the study says that 9% of people, of young Americans in their 30s, are doing drugs and drinking at work.
Damn.
I feel like it's
you one of
light. I feel like 9% is light, especially with people who are like habitual pot smokers.
Yeah, I feel
they're
like
hitting their pen and going into work.
I feel like that is light because not everyone's going to want to admit that they.
of course I do all the time.
Well, and also, are we talking like you're going into work and getting schwasted, or are we talking like, all right, it's 2:00 on a Friday afternoon, let's just crack open a beer while we finish the week?
I think that's different.
Yeah, and when the boss says, let's all have a Coors Light, we did good today, or on a Friday, that's different than on Tuesday morning at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
You're in a stall drinking.
Yeah. Okay.
Which I think is what this guy was doing who sent me talkback messages.
Yeah.
Hey, man, having another beer.
Cracking
It's
one.
11 a.m. 98197 is our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. Are you somebody who will drink or maybe smoke a little something at work?
Ooh.
866-445-1059 is our phone number. More of your calls coming up after the Stones. We're commercial free on 1059 The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers.
Yeah. All right, a new study found that 9% of people in the 30s smoke weed or, use drugs of some kind or drink at work. So we want to know, are you one of these people? And you can stay anonymous if you like. You can shoot us a text at 98197 or talk back through our iHeartRadio app. But, we want to know, and we're actually getting some pretty good text messages coming in. This one says, when I worked at the airport doing cabin service, I was constantly in first class drinking booze.
That's amazing.
Wow.
And extremely irresponsible, but really hilarious.
Well, I mean, he wasn't flying the thing, so who cares, right? I mean, I'm sure they would frown
come
on it,
down
but-
on you pretty good, but as a civilian, I think it sounds fun.
And also, I mean, having to put up with all those people, I'd probably be drinking too.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it sounds like he just comes in when the plane, everyone's off
after.
the plane and he
Oh, so
cleans
he-
up.
okay.
Oh, he does what that's the
Then
Fat
that's
Thor
totally
thing.
fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And maybe someone just leaves a bottle, a little tiny bottle, and you just pound it real quick.
Okay, that's no big deal.
Or you sneak a few out of the drawer, because I'm sure they're not locked up.
Oh, yeah.
They've got to be hands on right there.
This one from 7059 says, in the 80s, cocaine and alcohol were prevalent on construction sites. Working on the coin building, we had several dealers. Breaks and lunch, many people disappeared to partake.
Wow.
So every time you pass that coin building,
just know.
No, it's built on the nostrils of a million men.
I remember when we went to Miami to take a cruise. We were on the Bud Light Port Paradise cruise.
Miami, what a ride.
And
Speaking of that,
the guy from the the guy driving the shuttle from the airport to the dock. It was just like, and this hotel was built with cocaine money, and this hotel was built with cocaine money, and this was also built with cocaine money. By the way, everything was built with cocaine money in Miami.
You want to know why it looks the way it does? A lot of nose dirt came through that place.
9% of people in their 30s apparently do drugs or drink at work. Do you? 3156 says nothing beats a morning beer, usually around 7 a.m. Work starts at 6, though, but nothing is better than that first sip. Yeehaw.
Wow, 7 a.m.
7. I was going to say...
Guys, we're late.
One of the luxuries of working in the morning is you're not as tempted to have a drink, and I stand corrected.
It depends on who you are, apparently.
Let's go to downtown Tina Brown, who I think works in a post office, correct?
Yes. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Aren't you like the postmaster now?
I am the postmaster now. Woohoo!
Anyway, sorry.
No, all good. So back in the early 90s, a coworker of mine used to use meth when I was a druggie, and we would leave the lines in the bathroom drawer and take turns going to the bathroom and doing lines.
Wow.
Wow.
Just work your way through the shift.
Just worked my way through the shift.
But I bet you got your work done so fast.
Oh, I think I might have worked on one thing for about 6 hours.
They reorganized the same thing.
Right. Yeah, that's crazy. So you guys
you
would just...
you should have seen my pencil cup.
So weren't you worried that like somebody could come into the bathroom and pull the drawer open and see the lines of drugs?
Maybe. This just happened to be a drawer in this OBGYN office that nobody really got into.
Wow.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
So
Hold on.
You're at a doctor's office?
That is wild.
On meth, organizing a pencil cup.
It's the cleanest pencil cup you've ever seen.
Right. Yes.
All right. Well, downtown Tina Brown, congratulations. How many years you been sober? I want to say it's been like 20-something years, right?
Yeah, it will be 21 years in September.
Awesome.
girl.
God, you're awesome. Downtown Tina Brown, you're one of the sweetest. Thank you so much for sharing that story with us, all right?
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Take care. She's honestly one of our nicest listeners. This text comes from 7931. It says, we used to party at work a lot before the opioid crisis, drinking and popping Vicodins. Really feeling nostalgic about it right now. Jeez.
During the
Wow,
crisis,
wow.
I definitely know of some of those boiler room offices where you're having to call and call and call. They were just floating through the mid-2000s.
Oh, yeah.
8589 says he likes to wake and bake.
Yeah.
3842 says, I don't use at work, but I've seen lots of empty beer cans in construction site porta potties.
Oh, yeah.
Guys go in there and just pound one so they could, not shake.
Crush one and get back to work.
I mean,
See, that's the problem is like you make it a habit, then like the day you're like, you know what, I'm not going to do it, and work just starts going to hell.
I remember
this is boring.
In the 90s, I felt like that was more common. I remember my neighbor's house was being painted, and it for some reason took a long time, like a month I felt like. But those guys were out there drinking beers in the afternoon all the time, those painters.
I feel like people brought painters beers too, you know, like they'd be up there and be like, hey, can I get you a cold drink, and they'd bring them a Molson or something.
Yeah. Same with like a roofer.
Yeah, which isn't a great idea.
A roofer sounds dangerous.
I'm just saying that people see the guy working hard, like, here, have a beer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
End of the shift now, because you want those panels on right. But back in the 80s, I feel like they were drinking.
Well, and it was different times. Like, you both have told stories, and Beefwater has told stories about how after work, like, I think he was telling a story about how his dad or granddad or somebody had a case of, like, a six-pack behind his driver's seat
every day.
At all times.
Yeah.
So it's like, I mean, it was just, people were drinking all the time, and it was just normal.
Right. There's that video on YouTube.
Yeah.
You know, what kind of country is this where you just can't drink a beer while driving home from work?
Taking away my freedom.
I love that video.
We got some talkbacks coming in through our iHeartRadio app. You can send us one anytime. These messages will come right to the studio, so just download it for your cell phone today.
In the reservations department, supervisors and the workers would head out to a local pizza place, a few pitchers of beers, and then a few bong hits, and then head back to take more reservations. So if you ended up in the wrong destination, we may have booked you.
That's amazing.
I mean, yeah, I just have some beers at lunch. I mean, as long as you have like one, I don't see it being a huge issue. But if you're coming back drunk, I suppose.
If you're all swervy, it's a little bit different.
I mean, I'm not going to say anything, but
I'm not here to just start turning people in, stand at the door with my cell phone.
We got another talkback.
Hey, Brew Crew. Yeah, when I lived on Catalina Island, there was a lot of it. There was a lot of pills. People were smoking weed all the time, blackout drunk every day. I specifically remember this one guy. He was so drugged out that he stripped off his uniform in the kitchen and left it and just like disappeared for an entire day. And they had to escort him off the island. So yeah, bing bong.
Jeez.
Wow.
That's bing bong. You know you went ham.
Yeah. This text message on our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line from 1880 says, I worked at Sherry's for a long time. And there were a lot of crackheads working at Sherry's, or used to work at Sherry's before they stole $12 million. We would catch them in the bathrooms with the black soot.
Okay, the black
soot. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe that's
some crack or something.
Maybe black tar heroin or something.
Anyway, it'd be around their
Which seems
face.
like a bad choice.
Oh, black soot around their face.
Nothing we could do unless we caught him in the act, which I did, and finally got to fire him. But it's a lot of crack at the Sherry's back.
I do think the service industry is a different animal. Everyone's on something.
Especially Sherry's is open late, or was.
3113 says, I used to do meth when I was a hotel maintenance manager in Texas. I would take a break in a room for a minute and then go rebuild the air conditioner that would go into the wall. I've been clean now for 15 years, though. Hey, hell yeah, dude.
A lot of success stories peeling off here.
This text from 6918 says, I used to do a lot of new construction in HVAC, and a coworker and I would get up on the roof and smoke a couple of bowls after everyone else left the job site. It became a bit of a ritual. Bing bong.
Bing bong. Bing bong.
By the way, this one says, I don't consider pot a drug, so he's just smoking weed all day at work.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, I think some employers would beg to differ, but, you know.
And
so when it's legal,
some would turn their head the other way.
If it's legal in a state, though, like let's say you're a TriMet driver. Can you smoke if it's legal in that state? Because I would imagine that they don't want anybody.
You can still get drug tested for it. That's up to the employer.
Well, and the driving, if you drive a city bus, it's a special driver's license that requires extra stuff.
So even if it's legal,
definitely
they don't want it in your system.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Okay.
Which I do think it's dumb that the UA could even be sufficient, because what if they smoked 10 days ago and then got in an accident? They're not stoned, but it's in their urine.
You know what's interesting is that a buddy of mine got let go of his job recently because he took an Adderall, and they did a UA, and they're like, you have amphetamines in your...
No Addies?
Oh, jeez.
And because he didn't have a prescription for it, they're like, I'm so sorry, but you got to go.
Ouch.
Dude. Yeah. It's like, do you know how much I concentrated for you? I took that Adderall for you guys.
Yeah.
This text says, my old stepdad used to drink 3 tall boys on the way home from Pasadena to Anaheim Hills every day.
That's control. You stop at the third tall boy.
Only 3.
This text says when I used to pump gas in my teenage years, I was always on mushrooms at work.
Whoa, that's getting it. I was gonna say he's the microdose before the soccer mom started doing it.
Yeah.
You want your tank filled up, bro?
Yeah, I'm sure he found his perfect dose to where he wouldn't completely melt.
It's like, dude, you've been staring at that gas pump for 2 hours. What are you doing?
Oh, thanks for the heads up.
This new survey found that 9% of people in their 30s do drugs or drink at work. Are you one of them? 866-445-1059. We still have your tickets to see comedian Jeremy Piven here in a few minutes on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. This new survey found 9% of people in their 30s smoke or do drugs. I was just going to say smoke weed, but some people don't even consider that a drug.
Or at least 9% in this state.
Yeah,
do
they
that.
either are doing drugs or drinking at work. 9% of them, and we think that might be a little higher, just because not everyone's going to want to admit that they, are doing something on the job.
Right.
But we're getting a lot of text messages and talkbacks from people who do not care about sharing their info with us, and I love it.
Yes.
This text from 2396 says, I've been clean for 6 years now, but I used to work at Gunderson, and I ran $1 million brake press robot, and I used to do coke and heroin while running that machine.
Wow.
Whoa.
You're just speedballing
Dude.
it. That's wild.
He says, sometimes I would nod off while running the machine. I can't believe nothing bad ever happened.
That is as dangerous as it gets. I mean, that's how Chris Farley died. That's how far that drug combo is.
Mm-hmm. And especially when you're operating machinery. Like, what?
This text from 0768 says, I ate edibles one time at work during a closing shift. Usually doesn't hit me right away, so I hoped it would kick in by the time I got home. It hit me right away, and after counting the till 9 different times, I finally got out of there.
Oh
but
my
no more
God.
after that.
Yeah.
I feel like if I was an employer, I would prefer to find out that they smoked rather than ate the weed. Because if they eat the weed, the productivity goes down quite a bit if it hits.
We have a few more talkback messages through our iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, so I was working at this dealership in Texas back in my mid-30s, and the service manager one day came up to me and he pulled out a big old bag of coke and he busted out, some bumps or whatever. And after that, we were doing lines in his office like every day, me and a few of the mechanics and stuff. But that guy ended up getting locked up in his office by the ATF, DEA. He was
Oh, damn.
Oh, my God. So no wonder he had it. Because I was going to say, he just has enough to share. Well, he was
That's
running
someone who's
it.
got access to it.
Yeah. And
Like,
he's like, I can't do this alone in here. I have my
Exactly.
conscience.
Yeah. He needed somebody else to do it with him.
Damn. All right, more of your calls and texts coming up. We do have tickets to go see comedian and actor Jeremy Piven coming up next. You know him as Ari Gold from Entourage. Love this dude. He's going to be doing some comedy at the Roseland Theater. And if you want to go, you need to be caller 10 or 11 right now. 866-445-1059 is the phone number. We'll play the Rotten Tomato games. You just have to tell us which movie's rated higher on Rotten Tomatoes. We'll do that after Blur on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God.
So Casey Beefwater Bay actually got a text message from Jeremy Piven yesterday.
Oh, did he?
A text?
Yeah, and I think
Like on his personal phone?
No, I guess it was a I think it was a message on Instagram actually.
Oh, okay.
By the way, he sent me the screenshot of it, and he
Yeah.
says, "Hey, I hear you're the one that can hook people up with radio interviews." So I think he might be in here. When is the show?
Tomorrow.
So he might be in here tomorrow.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Cool.
I'm still. Let me just get Beef on the phone because
we got to talk to him once, but in person's a whole different
yeah,
thing.
dude, having Ari Gold in the studio.
You can yell Lloyd straight to his face.
And I will.
He loved it last time.
He's gonna be like, "Wow, I this is you guys? Okay, I'm out of here."
No, he seemed to have fun, and they sent
Yeah,
us a message later saying thank you. It was a lot of
He
fun.
thought he
so.
was in Seattle the whole time.
That's okay. He was a little confused, but that's fine.
Yeah, he doesn't know what city he's talking to at any point.
Yeah.
Let me call the Beefinator.
Okay, Big Beef Supreme.
And
Diet beef to you.
See what the word is on Jeremy Piven coming onto the show in person.
Oh, beef.
Probably drinking and drugging at work.
Oh, I think I dialed the wrong number. I dialed the wrong number. Damn it.
Who are you calling? It's
Some
7:30
lady
in the
named
morning.
Charlotte.
Yeah, she's like, "What do you want?"
909. All right.
Okay, let's hope this is him.
Hello.
Hey, Big Beef.
Hello.
What's up?
What's the word on the Jeremy Piven interview? Are we going to have him in studio instead of just on the phone?
I've got a loose confirmation.
A loose
Loose?
confirmation
What does that
he'll be in
mean?
studio?
That means everything's okay until they either ghost us or whatever. You know what I mean? Like as far as it stands right now, he's down.
All right.
Cool.
So is he kind of coming in the studio tomorrow?
That's the plan.
So does he know that Tanner's a guy who yelled Lloyd at him?
We didn't get into specifics. I was kind of looped out
Okay,
just the way that the whole thing went out. So I'll
Don't
be up there in
don't
a
bring
minute.
it up.
He
Don't
had a
bring it
good
up.
time, Laura. Stop.
And I don't think
making
he's
it
going
sound
to
like he didn't have a good time.
Jeremy Piven's not going to talk to Beef and like have a conversation later. He's just going to walk in here tomorrow. He's
Well,
not going
I
to be like,
mean-
"Hey, Beef, what are you doing this afternoon?"
Well, he reached out directly to.
It's directly to Beef. And stop making it sound like I'm the reason he's not going to do the interview. Making me feel bad.
I mean, it's
I'm a
not.
big
gonna
fan.
Be, it's not going to be me.
All right.
I'm just trying to do my job and keep things moving. I'm just surviving the stairwell right now.
I was going to say.
All right. What time is he supposed to be in here tomorrow?
We haven't established a time yet, so I need to talk to you about that first.
All right. 7:30.
Okay, let's do it. Can we do it earlier so he'll be really cranky?
Whatever time he can do it.
Yeah.
I'd like to do it at 7:30, but whatever time he can make it, that's
Whatever
fine.
works for Jeremy.
I asked him to do the
Okay.
interview on the phone at 7:30, and they go, "Can we do it a little later? He doesn't work well in the mornings."
Yeah.
Yeah.
and then he was on the East Coast at the time, so it wasn't even the morning.
He strikes me as a guy that might stay up a little late.
Yeah. All right. Well, whatever time he can do it, that's fine.
Okay, well, I'll be up there in a minute.
Okay, we'll see.
It was either stairwell or toilet. I'm glad it was stairwell.
Same.
It's now time to play the Rotten Tomatoes game. So I really love Rotten Tomatoes. I use it every single day. Well, I guess every single time I'm interested in a movie. I always want to know what the Rotten Tomato score is. For example, Superman, which comes out this weekend, I'm so stoked to see it because the audience score is at a 96% the last I checked, and the Rotten Tomatoes critic score is at 86%.
Yeah, and that popcorn bucket, depending on the movie, is really what you're looking at.
And they've done a good enough job because these things pop up on my kids' shows as well. And Lucy, for the first time ever, she's never asked for one superhero movie, and she walks up and goes, "Dad, can we go to Superman?"
I hear it's really funny.
It's got that-
She goes, "That little crypto's so
I was
cute."
gonna
And they're
say
saying-
the crypto's the
It's gonna
thing that's
pull
gonna
the
get
kids
me,
in.
get me and me.
I
into
just heard a
theaters.
quote yesterday in an
And
article
Laura.
that said crypto is going to be the reason Warner Brothers makes a lot of money.
Yeah.
That little dog. It's going to be
Everyone's
the new
starting to show.
Baby Yoda is what they're saying. So.
Oh yeah.
All right, dude. Let me get this guy on the phone. Is your name Benjamin?
Benjamin?
Hey, Benjamin.
It is Ben.
Hey, oh, Ben, sorry.
I'd be like, do not call me Benjamin.
Ben, the other
Either
person hung up, the guy who was supposed to play, so you're the runner-up who now gets to play.
Lucky.
Oh, nice.
But if you lose, we're just giving your tickets to the first person who calls in.
Ruh-roh.
I want to shout out to you guys. I appreciate your inspiration for the weight loss campaign. I've done one of my own. I called it No Junk July.
Nice.
I got no fast food, no processed food.
Hell yeah.
And I got to tell you, today's the 10th, so I'm over the hump. So
Good
thank
for you,
guys.
man. Yeah, I'm only on day 4, so I'm still going over the hump.
Your hump is on the way.
I'm still humping.
He's still humping.
So congratulations,
With his
dude.
lovely Tanner humps.
Our beef, the Beefwater and Tanner Blubber Burn is a 6-week challenge, and we're going to see who can lose the most weight. And we'd love for people to join in on us.
Absolutely.
So that's awesome. Dude.
No Junk July. That's catchy, too.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Might roll into a super, ripped August or something. I don't know. That's a terrible name for it. But.
Ben, what's the last movie you watched?
Last movie I watched, honestly, I don't remember. I have a 2-year-old.
Okay, all right.
It was the Paw Patrol movie.
Like the Magic Toaster or something?
Toy Story, I guess, then. Toy Story, I guess.
Toy Story.
I guess.
Okay, that's a good one.
All right, you just got to tell us which movie's rated higher on Rotten Tomatoes. Which movie's rated higher? Jerry Maguire or Moneyball?
Ooh, I'm going to go with Jerry Maguire.
Is Jerry Maguire rated higher? Oh! I'm sorry. No, Moneyball's got a 94%. Jerry Maguire, 85.
Okay.
Which movie's rated higher? Friday the 13th or the Texas Chainsaw Massacre? I'm assuming these are the OGs?
OGs, yeah.
Gotta be.
Ooh, you said Friday the 13th or Texas Chainsaw?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's got they keep cranking them out, I'm going to say Texas Chainsaw.
Boom!
Good
Yeah, that's got an 84%. Friday the 13th has a 67%.
1-1.
Which movie's rated higher on Rotten Tomatoes? Air Force One or Con Air?
Ooh, both good ones. I'm going to go with Con Air.
Is Con Air rated higher?
No way.
No, I would have said that too.
Down the bonnet.
Get off my plane.
They're both great lines, but
Con Air's got a 58%. Air Force One, 79%.
oh,
You
Dang,
get one more
okay.
wrong, you have to listen to us give your tickets to somebody who did nothing. This movie, Blade Runner, is that rated higher than Minority Report?
I don't care for Blade Runner. I'm going to go with, I think more people like it, though. Jeez, I don't know. Go with Blade Runner.
Hey, he's still alive.
Good job.
Blade Runner's got a 91%. All right, dude, it's all down to this. Which movie's rated higher on Rotten Tomatoes? Ferris Bueller's Day Off or Office Space?
Ferris Bueller.
Is that rated higher on Tomatoes? It is! He's in!
Hey.
You just got tickets to
Nice.
comedian Jeremy Piven when he takes over the Roseland on Saturday night. Or tomorrow night.
Friday night.
You mean
yeah.
Dean Pritchard? Dean Pritchard?
Yeah,
Old
yeah,
school?
Dean
that's
Pritchard.
right,
That's
from old school. Da-na-na-na-na. We'll have to talk to him about that.
Yeah.
Because when he hung up last time, I was bummed that we never got to old school.
I'll use that as the intro music for,
Nice.
for the segment when he comes
Nice.
in. All right, dude, hang on. We'll get your tickets to you, and we'll have another pair tomorrow, and maybe even Jeremy in the studio.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
All right, coming up in just a few minutes, we want to know what's the angriest you've ever made your parents. You know, we all have folks. You know, most of us do anyway. And,
had them at some point.
Yeah, and I've made my mom so mad. I know just what to do to trigger her, and I know the exact moment I made her the most mad in my life. I'll share that with you, but I want to know. What yours is. Is it something when you were a kid? Did you do something as an adult?
Yeah, I definitely can pinpoint. I can pinpoint a handful of times, but there is a time in particular where I sent my dad code red.
866-445-1059. Your calls are coming up in just a few minutes. But first, your shot at $1,000.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Happy Thursday. So we were talking off the air yesterday in the studio here about upsetting our parents, and man, I've pissed my mom off a lot. There's one time in particular, Drew, you were there when I made my mom so mad she didn't talk to me for like 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, that was a day.
And so we want to know, what's the angriest you've ever made your parents? Whether it was when you were a kid or as an adult. You know, I don't know what happened. I don't know what you got going on in your life.
Yeah.
Maybe as an adult you broke something or stole something or whatever it is.
Yeah, you're just a career disappointment.
Yeah.
Which, you know, I can define myself as that many times, but I'm glad that most of the ones that I've done to my parents are front-loaded in my life.
Yeah.
You know, like early on, a pile of anger and disappointment, but I'm trying to mend all that as I get older.
Yeah, so the way I made my mom the angriest, I can't remember a time in my life where she didn't talk to me. You know what I mean? Where she just like, you know, that whole I'm not mad, I'm disappointed thing.
Right.
Yeah, if they won't talk to you, it starts to get real wild.
Yeah, it was bad. And I look back at it now and I totally see her point of view.
Mm-hmm.
So we were doing a radio show in Eugene. We were doing the Donkey Show down in Eugene. And it was when the video 2 Girls, 1 Cup was going viral. If you guys remember.
Many years ago.
2 Girls, 1 Cup.
How do you not remember 2 Girls, 1 Cup?
It is
It's
old
burned
enough
into my memory.
It's old enough to where some people might not know the reference.
Yeah.
Don't look it up. It's the grossest video
No.
you've ever seen. I can't even describe it. It's just the grossest thing you've ever seen in your life.
It's shocking.
And it was going viral, and I sent my mom a link. And I called her on the phone and said, Mom, I just sent you a link. I just want you to open it and view it on the air, and I want to hear your reaction. And she opened it, and she viewed the 2 Girls, 1 Cup video.
How
and she
much did she watch? Because
Too much.
I feel like more than she should have.
Yeah,
be-
because you realize pretty quickly that this is not a video that you want to be watching for very long.
She screamed at me on the air. I mean, it was like a real scream. It was She
Yeah.
was calling me Chad. You know what I mean?
You're super lucky she ever talked to you.
Oh,
again.
sorry, I turned your mic off, Laura. But yeah,
did I say something wrong?
no, I just have fat thumbs. But she was so mad at me. She called me by my real name. She was screaming at me in the air. She hung up on the air, and then I tried to call her back for like the next 3 days, and she was just screening me.
Not having it.
And when I finally talked to her, she was like, that really hurt my feelings, and I'm your mother. Why would you do that? And I said, I was just pulling a prank, Mom. I'm sorry. Okay, that's the line. I know, because I pick on her a lot, and I go, okay, there's the line, and I won't cross it ever again. I'm
surprised
sorry.
that she still answers your phone calls. When you call her between the hours of 6 and 10 a.m., if I were her, I'd be like, nope, not doing that again.
I'm a bad son.
Man, I can't believe
you came
that.
back from that. That was many moons ago.
I love my mom very much, and I feel very bad, but it was funny. So.
Yeah, that's one of the mom's like, that's abuse.
Yeah, really.
It kind of is, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean,
And especially without consent, and she didn't know what she was in for.
Well, I just wanted to
That's
see
disturbing.
what she thought, if she was okay with that kind of content.
She's
or
probably
not.
traumatized.
It was
And I
good
found
to
out
hear
that she's
she's not okay with that
She's not
content.
okay with that.
She
And
passed the test.
I'm actually relieved that she's
Yeah,
not okay with
Thank
that.
God, Mom, you
God.
passed the test.
And in this day,
Yeah, go ahead.
in
Dave.
this day and age, you know what? You could have clearly been canceled by your mom if that happened in a later era. So you're lucky that you were able to salvage that relationship.
Let's not talk about it anymore. I feel very embarrassed as a
Man,
son.
if I
reliving it
imagine
all.
if I would have shown my mom that video.
We can try it.
Oh, no, thank you.
Let's go to line 1. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. What's the angriest you've ever made your parents?
Hi, good morning. This is Jasmine.
Hi, Jasmine.
The angriest I ever made my father. Hi. I had just graduated college, and I called my dad to let him know that I enlisted in the Coast Guard, and he lost. He blew his top. He
Why?
was really angry because he spent $100,000 on my education for me to go enlisted versus officer, and he wanted me to go officer.
I
He was
see.
enlisted his whole life. But he didn't speak to me for 2 weeks.
Wow.
Why did
And
So he
my
wasn't.
mom had to mend that bridge because it was bad. It was really
He wanted
bad.
you to follow in his footsteps.
Yeah, so he wasn't angry that you joined the military necessarily. It was just that you went in as an enlisted soldier
Yes.
instead of an.
'Cause
Okay.
he was enlisted, and it's all about the money. You need more
Sure.
money. You need to
Yeah.
make money.
Yeah.
So that was what it was all about.
Well, did he come around and and support you, or was it just something you never talked about after that?
Oh no, I graduated. I became a corpsman, and that really turned things around for my dad. He was really, really proud. He flew out from Korea to Petaluma, California, and
Hell yeah.
he was very proud.
Well, that's a good ending to
Yeah.
the story. Then there it is.
I think I might blow my top if my kid joined the military without telling me first. It's like, can we talk about it? Because I know your life's important to you, but if I lose you overseas, I'm going to jump off a mountain. So
Yeah.
could you let me know?
Oh yeah, yeah,
All right.
yeah. I mean, for girls, it's a little bit different, though. You know,
Yeah,
'cause
you're not front lines.
A woman going in enlisted is a little bit more severe than a woman going in officer. So.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for sharing that story with us, Jasmine. We appreciate it.
Right.
Take care. This text comes to us from 9951. It says, Tanner, I can't believe you showed your mom the 2 Girls, 1 Cup video. That video is disgusting.
It's so bad.
No, that's a video no woman should ever see. Well, no average woman.
No
Laura's
person
seen it.
should have to
Laura's
see
First
seen
of
it.
all, it's not about being a woman. No human being should ever. I wouldn't show my dog that video.
We
Okay,
actually
it's not-
we actually showed the band Floater. There's like a local
Yeah.
band called Floater. I don't know if they're still doing their thing, but
Yeah,
we
they
had
are.
them on the show when that video was viral. And there's a video somewhere on YouTube of us showing the band Floater the 2 Girls, 1
What
Cup
is
video.
What is up? What's up with you and 2 Girls, 1 Cup and like wanting to
Well,
show
it
people?
was a different time. It was. We're talking
Who else did you
nearly-
introduce this
And by the way,
traumatizing video
when
to?
we would show it to him, we wouldn't watch it. I'd stay.
No.
I'd like
Of
look out the
course.
other way and just force people to watch
I
it.
got another
did I
video of
think
us
that-
watching it at Thanksgiving.
Oh, gross! No, guys, it's fine. It's just
Tanner's
mashed
got-
potatoes and gravy.
Tanner's got a whole file of different videos of watching it in various locations.
The video came out 18 years ago. The rules of engagement have changed slightly over time.
Yeah. I would not do that.
Yeah, it's a different time.
I would at
Tanner's
least-
like mostly because you can't really find it on the
It's
internet.
hard to
anymore.
find. It's hard to find, but also, you know, my mom's been through so much. I'm giving her.
Yeah,
a
you don't
break.
just hit her with it right now.
I've picked on her so much on the radio. I mean, we gave her like 15 years of crap. So.
Yeah, she's done her time.
I love my mom, and she's in a living facility right now, so she doesn't have
Yeah,
the energy to be dealing with my
Come
nonsense.
on now.
And
all
she
right.
has the internet. If she wants that video, she can get it herself.
And by the way, I've apologized to my mom. Lest anyone think that I'm.
It's all good.
We're not talking anymore. All right, more of your calls coming up. What's the angriest you've ever made your parents?
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
1, 2, 3.
And now, Bruce Sports. Here's Drew.
What a wild turn of events for former Olympic wrestler and MMA star Ben Askren. Now, if you haven't heard, he has been going through a crazy deal where he got this infection in his lungs and pneumonia where it started to eat away at his lungs. He actually died 4 times while they were trying to do a double lung transplant, and then all of a sudden, after not remembering a thing for over a month, he started to come out of it, and here he is. He's lost 50 pounds in 45 days, so he's a shadow of himself. Well, it's not the 50 you want to lose. It's eaten away at his body, but he is now alive, and that's what's important, as Ben Askren will likely, as Beefwater was saying off the air, never be able to even wrestle with somebody again, but to be able to breathe the air and read the journal that his wife kept while he was basically comatose. It shows that he is a fighter, not just in a ring or on a mat, but in life itself. And finally, getting scammed isn't just for us civilians. The Minnesota Vikings star linebacker Dallas Turner has been a victim of a bank fraud. Now, be careful of something like this happening. He said that he got a phone call and somebody pretended to be from JP Morgan Chase and said that an impersonator was attempting to take his money. And they were so convincing that he actually, with the help of them, transferred the money so it wouldn't be stolen. But after he got off the phone, he realized, wait a sec, I think they just stole my money.
It doesn't feel like every time I've been scammed, I realize it the moment I hang up.
Yeah, it's like they only have you just long enough.
And then I'm like, oh, wait a second, I think that was fake.
Now, I do have to wave my finger at him for one thing. He sent one of them to a pretty banky-looking place. The other one was called the Island Food Truck LLC. Is what he sent $120,000 to. So shame on you for that, but nobody deserves to be scammed. Keep an eye out when somebody says they're from the bank. Ask for a little bit more than just, I promise. There's your sports.
Thank you much. You got a chance at $1,000 in cash. Oh, my goodness. Oh, sorry. I don't know what that was.
We'd be jamming.
Yeah, we got your shot at $1,000 every single hour today. You just got to listen for the keyword to win $1,000, just like Amy did.
No way. Oh my gosh. Thank you. I don't even know what to say.
Getting emotional.
Today's my birthday.
Hey.
Best birthday present ever.
Yeah, $1,000. Nice birthday present.
That works out.
You've got until 9 o'clock to get this hour's keyword in, and the keyword is bonus. 1059thebrew.com is the website. When you get there, a box will pop up. Type in the keyword bonus to win $1,000. All right, coming up next, we want to know, what's the angriest you've ever made your parents? What'd you do? Your call is coming up right after Alice Cooper on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers.
All right, this morning we'd like to know what's the angriest you've ever made your folks, your parents. You know, did you make them so mad when you were in high school that they sent you off to military camp or something?
Uh-oh.
Did you make them so mad because you got arrested? My mom, I got arrested once and she wasn't even that mad because I got, it was like a curfew violation.
Mm-hmm.
And I was 16. I got arrested behind the 7-Eleven on 82nd and Holgate. I don't think the 7-Eleven's there anymore. I think it's closed down, but I was
there
drinking
should be a little in memoriam plaque of that moment, though.
I was drinking a 40 with my friends behind the 7-Eleven, and
Yeah, as one does.
it's like 1 or 2 in the morning, and I was like 16 or something, and cops took me to jail. My mom wasn't mad about that. She was more mad about the video I sent her, the 2 Girls, 1 Cup. She didn't, like I said, she didn't talk to
Yeah.
me for 3 or 4 days.
That's valid.
And I get it. I look back at it now. It's pretty raw.
Yeah, I feel like with my dad, he, I had a bunch of things where I got MIPs, or he had to deal with legal stuff, or take me to a victims panel, or those types of a thing. But he was never as mad as he was when things would like pent up from multiple behaviors in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of hit that fever pitch with him when I was in high school. I had just gotten to the age where you could be left alone at your house, and all my friends were throwing house parties. Big old house parties, and there was never a party at my house because my parents weren't dumb enough to leave me home alone until one time. They had to leave. They had to go to Lincoln City for the night, and actually were planning on staying 2 nights, and I begged and I promised that I would just go to bed at the house, maybe play some video games, I'll keep it clean. The second they left, I planned a massive party. And,
Of course.
And that night, my neighbors from every direction, as they would, called me in to my parents, and the cops never came. Everything was great. It was a fun-filled evening, and people were all over the house, and there was a lot of problems, but it was a fun-filled evening. I'm cleaning the house in the morning. We're stuffing bags. There's like 6 people helping me clean this house that's been thundered, and my dad flies into the driveway, and it's him and my brother, and they get out like mob thugs and come directly up the front porch, and it was like they had discussed it. My dad is an adult, my brother is a minor, and he sends his dog at me. And we went to war in this house. Like, he had me disowned. Like, my dad eyes were bugging out of his head. I thought he was going to kill me, but it was my brother who was doing the dirty work, and I have never seen a man so disappointed in a kid.
Yeah.
Oh.
And now, granted, at the time I was letting anger in my mouth get in the way of accepting responsibility, but
Yeah.
that man was very mad at me. And it was not about the house. The house you can fix. It was the trust had
You
been
lied.
just bent over a knee and crushed.
Which is the cardinal rule of parenthood, right? Like, it's all built, your relationship is all built on being able to trust
and then
your
you
kid.
just shatter it the second you get a chance. And that's what I did.
I love the visual of your dad just letting your brother loose. Like,
Up
look,
the driveway.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal, son. I don't even care what you do right now.
That's what it was. I had no parent to protect me. Now, he didn't. My family, we don't punch in the face as a kid, but you did everything else under the sun to drive home a point.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's the angriest you've ever made your parents? This text comes to us from 9760. It says if they say they're this is talking about the thing you talked about in sports, Drew. If they say they're from your bank, say, oh, good, I was just pulling into the parking lot where I can just talk to Debbie. She's my favorite. And watch how quickly they either hang up on you or argue with you.
I love that.
Fat Thor says my mom was really pissed at me when she had to pick me up from juvenile hall because I stole all the band equipment from my high school and tried to pawn it for money.
Oh my God, Fat Thor.
Jeez. It sounds like something he would do.
Yeah, totally.
Sounds like a misunderstanding.
Something you could
probably get a lot though for a big brass tuba.
No kidding. Yeah.
This one says, I told my mom I couldn't go to our family reunion because I had to work, and then she watched my kids a week later, and they told her that I actually went hunting, and she was so mad she didn't talk to me for a month.
Yikes.
Dang.
Well, I mean, to be fair, who wants to go to a family reunion?
1698 says I somehow broke the 25-year-old washing machine that I don't use, and my dad hasn't talked to me since March because of it.
Whoa, what?
That's
yeah. I mean, look, something happened prior to the washing machine taking a bullet.
Dad's,
right?
I think, had it.
Yeah, that's maybe a final straw because, man, if my dad would have took off at something like that, I would have never seen the man.
Mm-hmm.
Much worse than that.
866-445-1059 is the phone number. What's the angriest you ever made your parents? Maybe you did, something crazy as a kid, like through a party at the house.
Shame.
God, it was a banger, though.
What's the angriest you ever made your parents, Beefwater?
I made my mom mad on a pretty regular basis.
Because she would hit you a lot.
Yeah,
like,
but
she'd hit you in public.
It didn't take.
That was on principle.
It didn't take
Tanner.
a whole lot. So there's not really any big flag of oh man, that time was crazy. My mom just got mad at you a lot, and if we were acting up, she would pull out the card of "I'm taking you to the boys' home," and she would threaten to take us to McLaren, and would legit take the whole thing to where we're packing bags, we're doing the whole bit, we're going away.
Has she ever driven you there and pulled up to the door?
Oh yeah.
Oh my God!
The funny thing is, McLaren is a kid's jail. You can't drop your kids off.
But I didn't know
the kids
that.
didn't know that, right?
Yeah.
And so she pulled you up in the car to the thing and said, "All right."
I mean, both have happened. The threat happened, and then the actual full taking you for the drive.
So what'd she say when she got there? Like, get out, or
well, then it's like,
I've changed my mind.
Yeah, is this really how you want this thing to go? Like that kind of thing. And then
because she knows this is do or die. Like I can't just drop my kid off, so I've got to figure this out.
You got the pep talk in the car, and then obviously we're grounded forever.
Yeah. Yeah, it happens, man. Let's go to line one. Oh, my God. Ouch. Your phone sucks.
Yeah, that's my mom calling to defend herself.
That's Beefwater's mom. Sorry, your phone's garbage. I can't hear that.
Yikes.
Laura, you were a goody two-shoes, but there had to be a time where, I know your dad passed away when you were 9.
Yeah.
But there had to be a time where one of them flipped out at you.
Yeah, my mom, I made her, when I got a little bit older, and actually I guess I was in college when this happened. I was visiting home for the summertime, and she went out of town for some reason. And so I had the house to myself. And I don't know if I was engaged at the time or if I was just dating this guy. But I thought to myself, hey, this is a great opportunity for my boyfriend to come up and visit while my mom's out of town for a couple of days. And so he came up to visit. He drove up from Indiana. Yeah, and we, did whatever you do for a couple of days. My mom would have never known, except his mom called my mom after the fact and was like, hey, Luann, thank you so much for letting Casey stay with you for a couple of days.
No. It's always the last little thing that gets you.
And my mom was livid.
Yeah. Were you in high school?
She was like, I was in college.
Okay.
Yeah,
but they come from a strict religious family.
Yeah,
Right.
So she's like, what, you think you're just going to invite your boyfriend up here and play house and this, that, and the other? Oh, man, she was mad.
Yeah.
Playing house, you're like, you don't even know.
Yeah.
Well, because you just know her daughter was thrown all over the couch for a couple of days.
I know, and she's like, I can't even sit here.
So
I remember there was a time that kind of like that with my mom, and she found out I lost my virginity. She was super mad, and I so she was at my house, sitting next to me, and my friend Chris had just called me on the phone, and I had literally just lost my virginity, and I was kind of excited about it. So I was telling him, I was like, dude, I just lost my V card, blah blah blah, and he was asking for specific details.
Yeah, boys will be boys.
And I gave him.
how awkward that your girlfriend was sitting right there. It's like you can't even wait till I leave.
Yeah,
to
we
talk
were
to your
freshmen
bro.
in high school, so I think that
You're still working on it.
I don't know what I'm doing, and also I think she kind of liked it.
Yeah.
Like, she was a weird girl. But anyway, I'm sitting there telling my friend all the details in graphic detail, and I just hear this.
Oh, man.
On the other line.
Mama.
And I realize my mom's picked up the phone in the other room and is listening. And she
Oh, my
heard
God.
everything. She just, I go, hey, Chris, I got to go. I'll call you back. And I hung up on him real quick. And she just came around the corner and stared at me.
The air probably fell out of your lungs when you heard that breath.
Yeah. And then she said, Heather, you got to go home. And then called Heather's mom to tell her everything.
Wow.
It'd be like that.
That is a worse nightmare is telling Heather's mom. I'd be begging.
Dude, I tried. And she didn't listen. So it was very embarrassing.
Yeah.
This text from 5354 says, my 16-year-old brother was the one that drove us to the Portland airport and picked us up. He never told her. Oh, sorry, there's probably another text to this. It says, I ran off to Vegas to elope with a total loser and waited 2 weeks to tell my mother. I called her from the subway and I said I needed to tell you something. And her first thing out of her mouth was, you got married, didn't you?
Oh, she could feel it.
And she says her 16-year-old brother is the one who drove us to the airport.
Oh, wow, wow, wow.
Man.
7308 says I had a small party at the house once and would have gotten away with it if I hadn't have dropped the hookah coals onto the carpet.
Yeah, it's always something like that.
Hookah party.
6182 says when I stole the family car in the middle of the night to see my girlfriend, my mom grabbed a hammer and put some holes in the back of my in the desk in my room. Lucky it wasn't my head.
She starts pounding a hammer.
Pretty severe.
Mom, you're getting crazy.
Do you get the message, though?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you get the message?
Down.
All right, more of your calls and texts coming up in a few minutes. I want to tell you about the advocates real fast. If you've ever been in a car accident and had to deal with an insurance company, you already know that, gosh, you're just a number to them. Of course, they tell you that they're going to take care of you, that you're going to be in good hands. But as soon as time comes for you to pay for your bills and just focus on your recovery, they become difficult. That's why you should reach out to Ken and Donnie from the Advocates, because they're going to make sure that you are paid everything, every single cent that you are owed. They've been doing this a long time. They know just what to say and just what to do to these insurance companies to make sure that they actually pay you what you're owed. I remember when I got my accident a few years ago, they lowballed me hard. I really wish that I had Ken and Donnie's phone number at the time. Check them out at advocateslaw.com. They've gotten over $100 million to their clients because they know what they're doing. If you've been injured in an accident, you should just focus on your recovery and nothing else. So reach out to the Advocates, advocateslaw.com. The next time you're in an accident, you're going to need more than an attorney. You're going to need an advocate. Just tell them Tanner sent you. Advocateslaw.com.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Coming up around 9:30, Beefwater will be back in the studio, and we're going to do another edition of Beefwater's Not Necessarily the News.
Mm-hmm.
So all the stuff that the mainstream news won't talk about, Beefwater will get you coming up here in a little over half an hour. We also have your chance at $1,000 in cash today every single hour. Now, if you've been trying to win this and you haven't won yet, you're like, man, is this contest even real? Do I even exist?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you do, and yes, it is real. Yes?
Yes. And if you win, you're still in, Prime Days for a few more days. You could get a lot of stuff with that.
That's right.
Through tomorrow.
Fill that cart up. Just log on to the website, 1059thebrew.com, as soon as you hear the keyword. And then after that, just keep an eye on your cell phone because we could call you back within a few minutes with the cash. All right, the keyword's coming up right after the Scorpions. Happy Thursday. We're commercial free on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's rock station. It's 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Happy Thursday. Beefwater will be here in just a few minutes to give us another edition of not necessarily the news. So we'll talk to him in just a few.
Cool.
Cool.
It's funny to just see him walking around the halls with like a yogurt.
Yeah, right.
It's like a different person.
I really think that this is going to be, it's going to be good for both of you, obviously, but I feel like he's really getting into it. He's like, hey, you want an avocado? I got an extra avocado at my desk.
Yeah.
You want some cucumbers? I got some.
No, he's very generous because, he bought a bunch of protein shakes and they're in his fridge here at the office. And he's letting me have them, even though we're competing against each other.
Well, that's nice.
I like the teamwork amongst the battle.
So we're going to talk to Beef about our weight loss challenge. And, the next weigh-in is on Wednesday. So I started at 212 in this weight loss journey.
You're crushing.
Beef started at 185. See, I'm the thick bitch of the show, and I don't like it.
We're going to have to figure out those percentages and see who can
So I'm
can dial it
assuming
in.
at the end of the 6 weeks, we'll go back to G3. Because I'm actually going there tonight to work out, but I guess
Nice.
we'll go there and we'll do the test again.
The body machine thing.
And get a final score.
Yeah.
Either that or I can get that little fat gripper they used on me in junior high and I can just come over there in some oversized gym shorts and give you guys a little grabby
That is
grab.
the worst.
Come on, let me get in there.
But we also posted a picture of our dinners from the other night. Like, my dinner looks like, it's just like a baby's diaper. It's so gross looking.
Regurgitated something or other.
It's just turkey chili. And
It looks good, though.
Beefwater was cooking up a couple of steaks, and I asked people on the internet, who do you think's which dinner looks better? And like 90% of people said Beefwater's. So
Gotta love that barbecue.
that's fine. Mine had 55 grams of protein.
That's all that matters.
It's
It's about those
bad.
numbers.
I was happy about that. So we'll talk to him about this and see how he's doing with the challenge in just a few minutes. We are commercial free. It's 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Well, this is a disgusting little fact that you don't want to hear, especially if you're going to the beach sometime this summer.
Yeah.
Love the Oregon coast. I was just there. I'm actually going to go back here in a couple of weeks. And it looks like more than 60% of U.S. beaches tested positive for fecal bacteria.
No, like
in 2024.
human fecal bacteria or like animals or?
It just says fecal bacteria.
But isn't that
it failed federal safety standards, most of these, 60% of these beaches. According to a new report by Environment America's Research and Policy Center, that's 1,930 beaches total out of the 3,187 beaches that we have.
I just figure, the ocean is massive, but it's full of poop. I mean, everything in it poops, and then it just becomes a micro poop.
Yeah, they're calling it poo-lution.
Poo-lution.
Oh,
and I guess
I like that. That's crafty.
The top offenders are at the Gulf Coast, where a whopping 84% of beaches had at least one poo-lution problem a day, followed by the West Coast at 79%.
Oh, great. Okay.
And then the Great Lakes, Laura, at 71%.
Think about the Gulf Coast, too. You have areas of that has that blue water, like once you start getting south into Mexico, and so then you're getting splashed with that
it's so like
blue poo.
Humid and sticky.
I used to go to Galveston, Texas with my mom when I was a kid.
Oh, yeah, and get lit.
Just that, I remember that water being mud brown.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. It depends on where you are.
Galveston, it was mud
Yeah,
brown.
because up in America's part of the Gulf, it does get pretty murk.
It's not the prettiest.
It's not the same.
The East Coast didn't sparkle really either. 54% were flagged for contamination with poo-lution.
What are people doing on these beaches?
Well, and, it's like a whale, Duke. That thing's got to be the pretty big deal.
Yeah,
Yeah, because it doesn't say
a whale,
It doesn't say human.
It doesn't necessarily say that it's human poop, but just
But it
We're
said-
in on it.
but
Don't
it
get me
said-
wrong.
there's got to be some because
It says
we're dumping.
beaches, which makes me think it's less in the water and more so on
it's
land.
the people.
Do cruise ships just shoot Duke?
They're not. I don't think they're supposed to, but I'm sure there's some that have and maybe even do. But
In
I
other
think it's against the
countries-
rules to just like let their doo-doo water out onto the ocean.
That would be
because
so gross.
because I was watching I think it's on Netflix. It's a series called Trainwreck, and it was an episode about the poop cruise.
I saw that. That was
And- I saw
that
disgusting.
documentary.
Yeah, they call it the poop cruise because all the sewage backed up into the ship, and you'd think that if they just like released it into the ocean, that wouldn't have been a problem. But it's got to be sitting in a tank.
Hey, can we
somewhere?
can we have like a waiver? Like, listen, our ship ran out of power. We gotta let the deuce out into the water.
Yeah, like we are about to be engulfed. It's time. Like if it's us or
a couple
the
of fish.
ocean-
Oh my
Sorry,
God,
a couple
though,
of fish can
that's
deal with the
so
poop.
vile,
Oh,
though.
so Laura, your plan is to end up as on a Netflix documentary. I'd be like, drain the Duke.
No, I mean, yeah, it's disgusting. But like, if you've ever been on a cruise ship, they're like this. It's the size of a skyscraper.
I get
it's
it,
not,
but
it's so much poop.
What's better, to injure and like put humans in danger, or a few fish? The ocean's massive.
Everyone lived.
2 words:
It's
food
fine.
chain. At one point, if we're gonna start getting sick on this thing,
Well,
shoot that.
I'd be one of those.
The ocean.
I'd be on the top deck chanting with other
But that's
protesters.
our food source.
Drain
though.
the Duke! Drain the Duke!
No way.
Drain the Duke!
Because you're gonna end up eating one of those fish who ate all your turds.
I don't eat fish. I don't have to worry about it.
Whatever.
I don't eat from the sea anyway, so it's no problem for me.
You're not gonna eat that fish.
Well, I'm not saying it's a
you
good
don't- you don't
idea
know that.
to dump the fish into the
It's
to the
just
the
not.
poop.
It's gonna come back to if everyone
But if
drains
it's-
their poop into the ocean.
I'm not saying everyone should do it. I'm saying if my ship runs out of power and we're in an emergency situation, I couldn't care less about these damn fish or these dolphins. I'm worried about my kids.
And sewage leads to disease and all kinds of other disgusting
I'm just saying, what's
things.
better to like
I'm
let
saying,
the humans deal with it, or to
yeah, just hang out for a couple days. You're fine.
Man,
Just stay in your little.
how
little
quick would they just yeet
tent.
you overboard with that
Yeet?
idea?
Whatever.
I don't
It's
know.
fine.
But this
It's
anyway.
fine. They gave him little red bags to poop in.
Yeah.
It's fine.
See how that went.
Just keep in mind that when you're going to the coast, it's probably covered in
There's poop everywhere.
all over the place.
Keep your mouths closed at the very least. Get some
good advice.
goggles. Get some goggles. No one wants ocean pink eye. It's the worst color.
And I did get some of that sand in my mouth when I was there for
Oh,
4th of
no.
July. Oh, God. Tastes like fart. Beef Water is going to be in here for another edition of Not Necessarily the News in less than 15 minutes. It's 105.9 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's rock station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Listen to this. You know Big Pink, the building downtown that everyone calls Big Pink?
Yeah.
It sold in 2015 for $372 million. But somebody just bought it. It's been on the market for 2 months now.
Yeah, because is it U.S. Bank that takes up most of the real estate? I think they were moving out.
They're moving out.
So that was a big thing.
Yeah, it was called the U.S. Bank Tower, right?
Yeah, now it's Big Pink.
I guess
So who bought it?
It's 60% empty.
Yeah, because it was like 300,000 square foot.
But here's what's crazy. So this dude who bought it, he paid all cash. Right? He paid all cash.
Who is this guy?
And 10 years ago, it sold for $372 million. He just bought it for
probably like 100 something, right?
$45 million.
Because it's all cash.
$45 million.
And he owns that whole
and now it's
building.
his. Now the
Bro,
guy.
what's the property tax on that, though?
Heavy. But he has to have the kind of money where his interest on his cash flow must be enough.
Yeah.
It's sold to
It's like an oil guy?
Jeff Swickard.
Jeff Swickard. I thought it was going to be like a Saudi prince. Yeah. And it's Jeff Swickard.
Jeff Swickard paid all cash.
So
J-Dog coming in here with a briefcase.
What's he going to do with it, though?
I don't know. I mean they've got to find
get
some
offices back in.
They're going to find some tenants, or you're going to have to. You're going to have to lower the rent.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to need some big linchpin companies in there. You can't just be like, all right, we need a bunch of lawyers. That thing is massive.
It's got to be some like big
somebody who's
corporations or something.
And do people need the square footage? Is that why you're seeing massive discounts?
Either that, or they might convert it into condos or something.
No, they couldn't turn Big
Used to be the home of one of my favorite radio stations, Q105, the Big Pink Tower of Power. Coming right out of that place.
Hey, what if we could move down there?
That'd be cool. I don't want to work downtown.
I do. Let's pitch it. I want to work in the Big Pink.
We can barely fill this place.
Yeah, we don't have enough people.
Yeah, we're just like one.
Quiet.
Now, okay, there's one corner.
We got one in the pink, maybe like two or three in the pink.
We all get our own floor.
Anyway, that's been sold. Big Pink, the big building downtown, Oregon's biggest office building, has been sold to this guy, Jeff Swickard, for $45 million, when 10 years ago it sold for $372.
I wonder if it needs a lot of work or something. You know what I mean? It's not a new building.
Well, I heard that they have like vagrants and a lot of problems.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot to do, but think about it, even if he can just maintain it for a few years till the market flips over and sell it for that original price, he's walking away with a couple $100 million.
Or even if you just hang on to it for a couple years and pocket 20 or 30 million on an easy transaction like that's pretty cool.
As long as it, pays for itself in the meantime.
We'll get more of that story online at 1059thebrew.com. Beef water's not necessarily the news. Is coming up right after the Foo Fighters on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
All right, Beef Waters in the studio for another edition of Beef's Not Necessarily the News. How you feeling today, brother?
I'm feeling good. How are you doing? You're looking good, dude.
I don't feel good. I don't feel good at all.
You both look great.
But no, we're on day 4 of our 6-week weight loss challenge, the blubber burn. And if I win, Casey has to finally show us those toes. If I lose the most weight, Casey has to finally show us those wooden ass, busted, gross, disgusting, fungus-covered toes.
Yeah.
And if I lose, I have to let a tarantula crawl
in your mouth.
No, that's not happening.
I
I'm
mean,
not
if
gonna put it on
if it goes in your mouth, like
Open
we're
your
not going to
mouth.
stop
You're
it.
gonna open your mouth at the end of a table like a roller coaster.
It's really
and you're
hard
just
for
gonna
me
let this thing
since-
trot on in there.
Turn you guys' mics off. It's really hard for me because I have arachnophobia. So here's the thing, though. I don't really feel like these are equal. I want to see the toes, but nobody else cares about Beef Waters' toes. Really,
I do.
I've been hammering that point home for months now.
Yeah, but the thing is someone made a point here. I think it was Drew that these pictures are going to live on forever if you lose.
Yeah,
That's
they're
true.
on the
You can't
internet.
take those off the internet.
And you like, well, I'd like to get rid of them. You're like old growth forests forever.
Mm-hmm.
But I also haven't seen them in a couple of years. and
Allegedly.
I want to see what they look like. Maybe I got it all wrong.
I mean, if they weren't terrible, I feel like he would have shown them to us by
Yeah,
now.
I
but
agree.
He has not, so they must be pretty gnarly.
Pretty good. So anyway,
But how you doing 4 days into
I'm
the
doing
diet?
pretty good. I feel like
Casey
my
has a
body is starting to like.
Laura's more supportive of you than she is for me
Well,
by
I think
far.
she's shocked that I'm doing.
Yeah,
it.
because
but what
no,
he's-
but like
like,
he's
we're
really
seeing a
into
different
it.
person
and
here.
he's got a little more pep in his step. I feel
You
like
do seem excited about this, and
I
like
was accused of this last night in my home.
Of being into this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're not being
God.
into it, but like you seem like you're in a better mood.
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah.
like, shut your mouth.
It's almost
Oh, God
like
forbid
that
fuel entered your body and now
greasy-
you've put your head up.
Yeah, it
So-
makes a
well, the good mood
difference.
hasn't kicked in for me yet, so I'm still waiting for that. But
keep
I'm
going.
glad that it's working for you.
What's bringing you down?
I
Let's
just
have a quick little chat in the trust tree. What's going on?
you know me. I stressed out. I'm just a stressed out person, and I struggle
But
with
you're
depression.
down 7 pounds or whatever at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you got to be sad about?
There's just a lot of things going on in my
I'm
life.
up 3.
Yeah, but as far as the diet, it's got to feel good. Every day you tick off not eating crap, right?
You know it does. I wake up. That's when I feel good about it. Is when I wake up in the morning and I step on the scale and I go, yeah, I'm down a little bit more. And
I stepped
I
on
get
the scale
excited.
last
but
night and I was 191.
No, you were not.
Shut up. You didn't go up.
Now he's going to start playing the
Yeah.
mind games, baby.
I was like, are you kidding me?
That's 1 pound less than what I said you were originally.
I was
so.
holding 4 pounds of chicken.
Well, in 6 weeks, we're going to find out. On Wednesday, we're going to do another weigh-in on Weigh-In Wednesday.
Are you weighing yourself daily?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe you should not tell us your numbers Monday and Tuesday.
I'm not going to tell you.
So that we can.
I'm not going to tell you until Wednesday.
So that way they get a little sneak attack.
Wasn't even going to tell you today, but
it
I
feels
can't
good.
help myself.
It feels good to get numbers.
Do you feel like it's helpful?
What, the diet?
No, the daily
Oh, yes.
weighing.
Staying
because
on the scale, yes.
I've
it
been
is helpful for me.
waffling on this very thing. On do I weigh myself or do I just wait?
When I see progress, I get motivated. I get
yeah.
excited. If I see no progress, I get bummed, and then I just want to eat a cheeseburger. So if I see progress, it keeps me going. Yeah. So check the scale. I mean, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. I just don't know on that.
Two different tactics.
Yeah,
Like,
because there's two arguments for it. There's because there will be plateaus, and you don't want to be too bummed.
Well, I'm just saying you should look, because if it's not going anywhere, you got to work harder, right? So maybe you should check it at least once in a while.
Okay.
Because if you're not working,
like every Wednesday.
Yeah, that's fine. Or just at your house, once in a while, once every other couple days.
If you wanna.
Well, I'll take that into consideration. But I was just thinking about finding out when everybody else finding out about it would be maybe more fun.
Okay, that's fine too.
You do what you do. Either of you do it whatever way you want.
Does it get in your head of like knowing I got to weigh in tomorrow and like
a little bit?
If you're not down what you think you want, is that going to torpedo your day? I don't want to get into that.
I'll just have to work harder. That's what I'm
I
doing.
feel like then it becomes an obsession, and it's.
Well, that's what
Tanner,
you need.
you're going to class today, aren't you?
I am.
What are you doing? What kind of class is it?
I got
It's like a HIIT class.
I was thinking I was going to go tomorrow, and then she's like, "Yeah, there's no class on Friday." So.
Oh wow,
It's today, and it's late,
Yeah,
so
but
it's
wasn't
going to
there
be
a
rough.
class last Friday? Am I dreaming that?
That was 4th of July special.
Oh, that was. You're right. It was a special thing.
It was the free for all.
I was thinking Fridays would be the day that I would, be able to go.
Well, too
and
bad.
Now it's
No
Thursday.
class on.
Mm-hmm.
So now I got to do it in my underwear because I didn't bring any shorts.
Oh my God.
Well, Beefwater, I'm very proud of you. You're doing a great job.
Hey, as are you, my friend.
Thanks,
so
buddy.
Let's just keep up the good work.
It's now time for Beefwater's Not Necessarily the News. So Beefwater scoured the internet looking for all the stuff that the mainstream news won't talk about. What do you got for us today, sir?
Dude, let's start off with a little fun fact. Did you guys know, like I've heard about Wimbledon my whole life, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that there was a strawberry connection to Wimbledon? That
No.
strawberries are a big deal, like it's a whole subculture of Wimbledon?
No, but that sounds delicious.
I've only seen celebrities in fancy clothes going to watch the tennis and why people are pounding the balls and grinding and
Finding the balls and grounding. We're taking that out of the
What are
context.
No, this is what
what
you
are they
ever watch tennis?
grinding?
All of it. You hear them grinding, grunting,
It's
pounding those balls.
It's grunting. I don't think there's much grinding.
You're not watching the right
Not
tennis.
not on the court. That's afterwards.
You guys aren't watching.
I guess you're not watching Wimbledon. So anyway, there 35 tons of strawberries get consumed during Wimbledon.
Is it kind of like how a mint julep would be the Kentucky Derby's thing?
It
Like,
kinda has
I'll have
that-
a strawberry parfait.
Yeah, it kind of has that feeling. But what they're pushing is strawberries and pasta.
Ugh.
Together?
What do you think of that? Yeah,
I love
strawberries-
pasta, but I don't want strawberries on it.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
so,
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, you get some pasta, some strawberries, and a little bit of yogurt. And people are saying it's the thing. You got to try it. This is the greatest thing ever.
All mixed together?
All mixed together.
Dang.
Would you do
I
it?
mean, I would
I would
do
try
it
it, I
because
guess.
if it's creamy, kind of like Alfredo.
Oh.
I mean, I'm sure if they're going through how many tons of strawberries,
35 tons of strawberries.
somebody's eating it.
Yeah.
In 2 weeks.
It could be okay because like pasta isn't savory on its own. Really.
I would take a bite. I wouldn't have many high hopes.
Yeah, I'm going hard no, dog. That's where I'm at. I go.
You're
there's
on a no pasta diet anyway.
Yeah,
That's
no
true, that's true.
pasta and fruit. I've never seen it before. I don't know why it would ever.
There's certain things that should
collide.
be mixed,
Yeah,
and
but
maybe
it might.
that's
But
one.
it might be one of those things where it just works for some reason. You know.
I don't know. I'm not feeling it. Anyway,
I'd call if I came over to your house and that was being served, I'd call the police.
But I was just surprised.
Or at least DoorDash.
So it seems like with 35 tons of strawberries being consumed, that would come out at some point in time about Wimbledon. But I've never heard this until today.
Yeah, that is interesting.
You learn something
Good
every
times.
day.
All right, former Hasbro CEO Alan Hassenfeld, last remaining family member of Hasbro Toys, passed away the other day.
Wow. So who
Isn't that
gets
crazy?
Hasbro?
Now it just went to the board. This is a fascinating thing with corporations to me, how a family can just find themselves completely out of the fray.
Something they created.
After you launched G.I. Joe, Transformers, Mr. Potato, like,
How is
you know
it
what
not
I mean?
getting passed
Barbie.
down to like some
Oh, no,
grandson somewhere?
It sure seems to be the case. I mean, it's just bonkers to me that
Yeah.
there's not a nephew or a grandson that wants to
Right.
take over the helm of a major company like that.
Maybe it just dried up. you
So,
know?
dude, check it out. So, again, My Little Pony is also in there. Nerf, Play-Doh. Imagine how much money was netted by this company in that dude's time. Like, he started out of college, rose to the ranks, became the king, and was the king for like 42 years.
Without him, our childhood is completely different.
It's
You
dead.
just named almost everybody's favorite toy at one
Nerf
point
and
of their
Play-Doh
life.
were like, that was the two main toys in my house.
If you had never been hit with a waterlogged Nerf in the back, you haven't lived.
Dude, it was our childhood.
You never ate a little Play-Doh as a kid?
Yeah, my kid ate some Play-Doh just the other day. It's generational.
Too salty.
It looks really good, right? As a kid, it did anyway.
Oh, it's like it's the coolest colors, and you're like,
Yeah,
Millie,
and as soon
where
as
did
you-
that go?
As soon as you bite into it, you're like, blah! Or at least I did. I hated it.
Yeah, that's how you end up with that bloop we were talking about.
But super crazy. So he joined at 1970, straight out of college, and then was an executive by 1980, and he rode the thing all the way till 2003,
Not bad.
and then retired. I would love to know what that dude's net worth was. I'm sure it's out there. I didn't look, but
so much. What was his name
just
again?
the Transformer
What's
money.
his name? Let's find out.
His name was
Snake Eyes.
Alan Hassenfeld,
Alan Hassenfeld.
and he, just a young
Doesn't-
76 years old.
Hassenfeld does not sound poor.
No.
Yeah.
Long line of Hassenfelds. What's his net worth?
It's maybe less than, I don't know, you guys tell me, $554 million.
That's just his piece of the pie.
Half a billy for one executive.
I thought it'd be more, though. I got to be honest. I thought, I thought he'd be a billionaire.
But it's like that's how you end up out at the end. It's the same thing with that Men's Warehouse guy, where one day you're not on the board anymore because you sold too many shares.
I still miss that guy's commercials. I guarantee it.
I'm fascinated by all of it. Hey, we're on this diet. We got this tea that we're drinking, but guess what? We're not the only ones doing it. A new study shows that turmeric, garlic, and green tea can roll back aging.
Whoa.
In just weeks, not like over an extended period of time. You can peel some years off very quickly.
Wow.
So this was done right up here at the University of Washington, and some of the study done right here in Portland.
Wait, together those three things?
Yeah, you drink the concoction and you start peeling it back
That doesn't
right off of your face.
sound great.
Well, the tea that I'm drinking is also not great, but boy, is it really beating the tar out of my liver.
You're looking really good.
Yeah,
Looking
I
young.
feel good. My
Your-
eyes
your-
aren't yellow anymore.
Your skin is
Yeah, the jaundice is
shining.
fading.
It's amazing. So, you just do that, drink your stuff, eat some berries, and next thing you know, you can go from 50 to 45 and by the end of the summer.
And maybe even compete in Wimbledon.
Eat some strawberries.
Yeah.
Take all the years I can get.
And then final piece of the diet news, McDonald's, they're bringing back the snack wrap. Well, guess what? We got one coming out from Sonic also, but only $1.99. Laura, you were squawking at the price of the McDonald's wrap yesterday.
So it's $1 cheaper.
So it's $1 cheaper. You got some additional sauces. If you're trying to watch your calories and your intake, you got 2 options to go get that wrap. I guess technically 3 because BK's in on the action too.
And that snack wrap is today.
Yep. So get on.
It looks really good,
And
actually.
get it.
All right, thank you, Beefwater.
No,
Another
thank you.
edition of Not Necessarily the News. Ow! Let's go to the phones real fast, and then we'll take a break here. It's Tanner, Joe, and Laura. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy Thursday, Brew Crew. McD calling
What up,
from
McD?
LA.
How's,
How are you? We are,
how's the City of Angels treating you?
City of Angels. Like I said last week, man, I audited a couple of dumps, and yeah, they were pretty rank, pretty stinky. I'm glad to be heading home. I'm
Okay.
at the airport right now. I'm at the terminal, and I'm walking down my gate. I just wanted to let y'all know I'm safe and heading home.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
well, see
Well,
you
thanks
when
for
you
checking
get
in.
there.
I was worried.
Thank you for flying the friendly skies.
But I've been listening to you on the iHeartRadio app, and all week long. You guys rock as always.
Thank you, McD. Yeah, anytime you're going out of town or something, you can always listen to us with the iHeartRadio app. It is free for your cell phone, so download it today. Thanks, McD. Be safe, bro.
All right.
All right. Make sure you got the brew at your number 1 preset.
Or just a preset. I don't really care who you
No,
are.
number 1, McD. Come on.
That would be the best.
They almost just kicked me off.
All right,
Yeah,
all right. I'll see you. Bye, McD. There he is.
Later.
All right, coming up in a few minutes, we are going to find out what's trending. Hang on.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. All right, online at 1059thebrew.com. A lot of good stuff to check out. We got our Donkey Show podcasts from Tuesday and Wednesday up. So go check those out when you get a chance.
Yeah, buddy.
Also online at 1059thebrew.com. The trailer for the Superman movie, which comes out today. You can actually watch it in theaters today. I think it looks great. The Rotten Tomato score is good. It's got a 96% with the audience. And then 86%, went down to 83% with the critics.
It's going
still all right, though.
to make so much money this weekend, just because I think that there has been such a dry spell that they're just going to.
Oh, yeah, we need a good movie to go see. I love going to the movies, but I'm not going to go see this,
some garbage fringe movie.
There's a lot of crappy movies. There's a lot of sequels. I know this is another comic book movie, but it's different, and that's why I'm excited about it.
And a relaunch
You could go
with
see-
James Gunn, who is no slouch. And if you liked Guardians, a lot of people liked Guardians who aren't into comic book movies.
Even Al Pacino. Al Pacino said the movie's beautiful.
There you go.
Wow.
I thought he was going to be in one of them, but
I thought he was blind.
Al Pacino?
Yeah, I mean, isn't he 100 or something?
He's old.
Yeah, but I think he sees things.
Can he even
still.
walk anymore?
But that dog, that crypto dog, is going to fill seats.
Oh,
yeah,
for sure.
dude, the trailers of all that show Crypto are awesome. Hey, Fat Thor, are you going to go see Superman this weekend?
Dude, that's what I was calling about, bro. I just got my first ever D-box seat. Have you ever sat in one of those?
A D-box?
Is this the one that's motion activated?
Yeah, with speakers, and I got the whole 3D package tomorrow at 4:15.
I don't know if I want that. I'm trying to eat my popcorn. It's just being flung all over this theater.
Wait, where is this? Where do they offer that?
They offer it at Clackamas Town Center. Was the closest spot for me.
All right.
Yeah, there are a couple locations. I heard people raving about the Formula One movie in it, and so I'm guessing Superman would be pretty cool
Yeah,
too.
maybe
it
I'll
just
try
kinda
that.
takes you through it's like a rumble pack for your body.
For your Xbox. Yeah, I see.
Yeah,
That's
the
cool.
ladies love the thing.
I'll try that out. All
I'm in.
Yeah.
Are you
It's
going?
I saw the movie
Congratulations
3
on the diet,
times
too,
this
guys.
weekend. What?
Sorry, everyone's talking at once. Sorry, what your name is? Fat Thor. God,
I'm trying to talk about how I like the rumbly seats.
I know, but you're going all over the place. I don't remember where I was now.
Fat Thor is going to the movies. Probably, it looks like he was about to invite you.
Have you gone yet? Or are you going tonight or tomorrow?
I'm going tomorrow with some buddies, so.
Oh, he's not inviting you.
No, it didn't sound like an invite to me.
Did you see him just? Wow, bro.
You're-
Just call
you're
here and
gonna be
brag about your
busy
brody.
anyway. You're busy anyway. No, I called to brag about you guys, how I'm proud of you guys doing the little diet thing. That's
Oh,
pretty neat.
Thanks, buddy.
Are you joining in?
No.
Okay.
All right. Well, if anybody needs to join in, it's Fat Thor. So.
Yeah, feel free anytime. That goes
No, I
for
don't-
6
I don't know
weeks.
about that.
All right. Well, I love you, buddy.
Yeah.
Have a good time at the movie. Tell me what you thought, because I'm probably seeing it on Sunday.
How much more
Oh, let's
was?
talk about it Monday.
How much more was
Oh,
the ticket?
it was the ticket was $22.50 for one seat.
Oh, those are heavy.
And that was a matinee price too.
Jeez.
That thing better rumble hard.
All right, Fat Thor, man. Have a good weekend. Be safe, brother.
You too. Woo! Happy Fat Thor's Day.
There it is. Your chance to win $1,000 from the Cash Squatch happens right now.